yesterday, or fuck, yesterday. Oh god. That's how long my week's been. If you guys remember last session, you guys met, specifically Ash and Gaston met Fenrida. You guys ended up healing him from wounds and from damage that he had sustained in some form of battle. You guys got to watch Fen disappear. And through the beginnings of your travel, the mist began to re-encompass the land, which you got to find out was the forewarning of new entrances into the land. This heralded the entrance of Not, a Tabaxi, seemingly paladin, who seemed lost amongst the trees and the mist, heralding from towns of Faerun. I don't remember if you actually said where you're from, but that is up to you. In the process, as a silent observer, kind of watched you guys as you introduced yourselves and began to interact. Max, the hidden observer, discovered that she was also being observed. In the process, startled, she fell off into the road and joined the group of companions as you all began to make your way to Vallaki, which was the nearest town. Not had mentioned his journey was to a deathless land, which oddly nobody said anything about. Seemingly, he is trapped in this land, and his god seems to be not one of the native gods of this land. You guys then traversed further north towards Castle Ravenloft, where you guys got to see the opening gates, the western gates towards the castle, where Max tried to go pet the giant deadly dogs, which were giant dire wolves that were all white with blood red eyes, which you all were warned against actually going and fighting or interacting with, being that they are deadly creatures. Ireena managed to stop Max from going and petting the puppies. Traveling further north, you guys passed the giant windmill, which Ishmark said was kind of odd that there were people living there, as it was burned down not too long ago, and then rebuilt. You guys had seen a elderly lady, which Ash would have recognized as a lady that had been in the village of Barovia before they left, right before they left. And she somehow made it this far ahead of them. As you guys began to travel further north, you guys encountered a battle ongoing between a large number of undead and a large creature of bone and fur and seeming rage. You guys all did battle with this group of creatures and took the side of the large bone and fur creature that seemingly was defending itself from these undead. It was a harrowing experience. Everybody except for the people who stood away from the fight took a bunch of damage, namely the giant creature. After the fight ended, you guys got to see this creature turn itself into what appears to be possibly a mix between a furbolg and something demonic, before disappearing off into the trees. You guys then began to make camp for the night because it was getting late, and you guys didn't want to have suspicions drawn on you for entering Vallaki during the night. That is actually where we're picking up. Just after Fenridah decided to go up into one of the trees and take a nap to start his long rest. The rest of you are making camp and beginning to wind down for the night. Starting with Not, what are you guys doing?
As we're winding down for the night, Not is gonna pray to Hades and not expecting a message in return because he's never gotten one. He's gonna ask a question. What is this land?
Do me a favor, roll a religion check. You do hear a response, but it is not what you would deem your god. Um, you hear a soft voice. It seems to be coming from both next to you and above you. Uh, the voice states simply, "Lost in the drift, dark abodes of darker times."
What do you wish me to do?
You hear no response.
With that, Not is going to sleep.
Okay. Ash, you would hear this kind of conversation, and you would hear the response.
So I heard him asking that question.
Yes, you heard him ask the question, but you also heard the response.
Oh, okay. And what was the response?
Uh, oh God, you're making me repeat myself. Oh no. Uh, it's dark abodes of darker times.
Okay. I just hear that in my head.
It's coming from your necklace.
Okay. Am I still in my tent?
This is the beginning of that long rest. So if you built your tent before we ended last session, then yes.
Yeah, because like I remember we had kind of left off was I was in my tent. This shadowy figure had come to me. Um.
Um, no. That was the previous night.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
this is after the battle
Yeah.
with the giant
Okay.
creature and the undeads.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Um. So she just kind of has this kind of look to her. She's not really sure. Is it, so she's heard voices from this necklace before. Is it like the same voice?
It is.
Okay. And was it like a male or female voice?
It's always a female voice. It's the voice of what you can only describe as a feminine voice that sounds similar to leaves across a graveyard, wind whistling through tombstones. It's a
Right.
voice that's cracked with age, but still young and vibrant.
And it's the same voice from that shadowy figure.
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty.
Would you like to do anything in response to that?
No. No. She just thinks she's hearing that voice. She's not really sure what to make of that at the moment.
Okay. Max, what are you doing for the end of your night?
She's just setting up her bedroll and gonna crawl inside of it and fall asleep.
Okay. Who is keeping first watch?
I think I
Because
was.
Ireena did it last night.
Yeah, I think I had said I was going to take first watch.
Okay. So, as the first 4 hours, or the first 3-ish hours go by, what are you doing to keep yourself occupied during that time besides keeping watch?
This night I wanted to switch to my herbalist book, and I'll read from that.
Okay. Do me a quick favor and roll me a insight check with advantage, please.
Okay.
That couldn't have gone more polar opposite. Oh my god. So as you begin to read through the herbalist guide, you started in the very beginning. A lot of the different mixtures of herbs and potions and things like that that could be made from those herbs were simplistic by nature. Something does catch your eye in the pages, though. At first, it was an herb that was known for promoting growth, and then you followed it up with some of the other ingredients to a potion that seems to be drawing your attention. It is a potion called the Potion of Essence. It's from the herbology's guide that you have, it's used to promote the growth of infant life. But it says that it needs a highly proficient alchemist to craft, but a highly proficient herbologist to pick the right ingredients.
Okay. So does it like say what ingredients?
Yes, you need 2 major ingredients for it, as well as another ingredient that you feel is weirdly stated. The weirdly stated ingredient is called bog water.
Okay.
Typically, that's found in swamps.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it's bog water. Bog water is found when stagnant water in swamps has sat for long enough,
Mm-hmm.
and typically can be found in any swamp because they're all stagnant.
Right.
However, you have one of the other ingredients, Night Veil Death Caps. Night Veil Death Caps are extremely poisonous.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's another ingredient which you don't really recognize, but you recognize as something from outside of these lands. And it is called a night lily. They are said to only grow in one spot, but it doesn't tell you where.
Okay.
But it does provide you a picture. It's an all black lily with a kind of green stem to it. Let me see if I can actually find one of the pictures. I can't. Okay. I'll look it up later for you.
Okay.
But yeah. There are only 3 ingredients. You have one of them. And you know of where, like, pretty easily you could get the other one. It's the last ingredient that you find is a little more difficult to find.
Okay.
Besides also needing a noted alchemist.
Right. Okay. So, like, I'd be able to get the ingredients, but I'd need a skilled
You'd need
alchemist.
somebody actually proficient in making something like this to make it for you.
Okay.
Fragjaw, do me a favor. Roll me a perception check.
Sure thing, boss man. Perception. 21.
21. Okay. You would notice that everybody except the kind of druid of the group has kind of fallen asleep. They appear to be engrossed in what seems like a tome of some sort. If you would like to join the group at this point, you're more than welcome to. Although you will have to turn your character visible.
Oh, I am. Give me a second. So, Ash, you're so engrossed in your book. I need it would probably be a perception check to see if you hear me coming.
Okay.
With disadvantage? I don't know. Maybe. It's up to DM.
No, because she is keeping watch, so
Normal.
I'd say she'd be fine for a flat perception check.
Okay.
See if you can hear me.
But do me a favor, bud. Roll me
Yeah.
a stealth check.
I am invisible.
Mhm.
It doesn't matter. You're not rolling for whether the person can see you.
10.
Cool. Ash, you hear something moving amongst the grass. Max, even in your sleep, you hear him coming.
And where do I hear the noise coming from?
Started out from this direction.
Okay. So I will come out of my, put my book down, come out of my tent. I'll have my longbow drawn, looking in that direction.
So, hold on. Pause.
Kaya, do you have a response to that? Are you going to try and wake up or at all?
I will wake up once I hear the noise.
Yeah. So the both of you are prepared for something from this direction. Now go.
So, you went from. Let me grab the ruling tool so you can see so I can see that you went from here to here, correct?
Right. Basically, just came out
Okay.
my tent.
Cool. You're gonna pass a presence, and then I'm gonna come. I'm not gonna be invisible anymore. I'm gonna be sitting crisscrossed on the ground, facing the fire, as you pass me. Just, hi, I'm here.
You control whether you're invisible or not.
I don't have to. Oh, there it is. Assign status effects. Oh, got it. Okay, thank you. I figured it out. I'm not dumb. Okay,
All
so
right.
Yes, you
I
are.
appear. Now, mind you, I am 8 feet tall.
Okay.
So, sitting on the ground, I am like 4.5 feet tall.
Yeah. And did we actually see you? You're not raging, so did we actually see you in this form?
Yes, before I disappeared.
Okay. You.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So she will kind of be, surprised that you all of a sudden just appeared right there. And she'll lower her bow down and look at you with a confused look, and she'll go, "You, it's you again."
Relax, green one. There's no need to worry. I come in peace.
What are you doing here?
I'm here for you. Well, kind of.
For me?
Okay. Pause. Kaya, do you have a response to the giant 8-foot tall thing appearing in the camp?
I'm gonna go stealth mode.
Cool. Roll me a stealth check. Continue your conversation. Jesus Christ, could you roll any lower, please?
Not much.
I mean, not invisible, but you are hidden. Oh, there's a hidden portion. I'll find it eventually. You guys are good. Keep going.
Okay, so I'm gonna look at the group. Oh, I've seen the group before. I'm just gonna kind of scan over their tents and things and realize I'm like, there are many missing among you.
And she'll have this look about her face. Yeah. It's been quite a last couple of days.
That happens much around these lands.
So
Tell
I've
me.
heard.
What happened to the blue one?
You speak of Falamir.
Ah, that's his name. Yes, Falamir. What happened to him? I'm here for him, specifically.
Crossing the bridge, we were interrupted by Strahd and some beast of a monster he summoned. It attacked Torvald, and the rest of us were held in place for a while. Falamir was able to break free. He joined into the fight. I eventually was able to free myself as well. Falamir was badly injured in the battle, and the monster lashed out at him and knocked him over the bridge, and some sort of giant fish creature swallowed him.
Do I know the fish creature she's talking about?
Roll me a history check. You'll get advantage.
Like, did I get a good look at the creature? I could maybe describe it to him.
It's okay, I got a dirty 20.
There are several fish creatures. The one that would be river-based would be known as the coelacanth. It's supposed to not be able to grow that big, but it is fairly large for its size. If it is big enough to swallow a person, it's much bigger than it used to be.
Interesting. That's unfortunate.
Yes.
I suppose we never recovered a body.
No. Why do you have so much concern for him?
Concern? No. Disappointment? Yes. See, he made a promise, and one I was here to enforce.
Promise?
He promised to save someone, and I'm here to make sure that he continued to do so. His promise was to free them of these lands, and to do whatever means necessary to do so, including a coup, in a sense.
Are you speaking of the large deer creature we came across? And she'll kind of describe it. Half missing face, had some sort of creature in its mouth. Foot tall deer.
I'm trying to figure out how to respond to this. Yes. It is bound to the very soil we walk on. And as you can see, as I gesture towards these dark woods, the soil is not doing well. And as bound as the creature is to the land, so am I.
It was
So when he made it... Go ahead, sorry.
It was uncertain as exactly what this creature's purpose was, or its intentions, or if the entity or creature within its mouth was a threat to it. What do you know of this creature?
It's a great question.
Two things. Insight check from Ash. And I need a history check with advantage from
I'm really glad you're giving me advantage. I only have a +1 to history.
I know. It's specifically because of what we're talking about.
19.
The only reason you're getting advantage, bud.
Thank God.
Do you need me to roll insight?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll deal with the insight check first. Ash, through the conversation that you've had so far, actually, Max, I need an insight check from you as well. For flavor. Your insight check will tell you that what he's talking about is the kind of conversation.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know why I ask. You know that the deal that he made was enacted kind of like a contract would that you recently made. Similarly, those are made the same way. You don't know what Falamir received, but you know for a fact he made a deal. Max, you're aware of all of that as well. I'm going to shoot you a quick message real quick in a moment, but let me get through this real quick. As for your history check, Craigjaw, you know that the relationship that the two creatures have is symbiotic. That the deer itself is a pacifist, and the creature within it is there to protect it. You're aware of kind of its form shifts based on how the land is itself. So the more corrupted the land, the more corrupted the form. The purer the land, the purer the form.
Mm.
And you are aware of the general name, but as you try to remember its real name, for some odd reason it's not coming to you. You feel like there's something there blocking it. But the general title of the creature is the Old Deer of the Svalage Woods.
I would just have called it the Great Stag or something. But yeah, I would have
It's
used
also
other
known as the
metaphoric
White Stag.
language.
The
Yeah.
White Stag is its other title, if you would prefer to use that.
Yeah, I would have probably used some of its other titles because, again, that's a mouthful.
That's
um. God, I don't even know. Overloaded.
Well, basically, Ash was just kind of asking, what do you know of the deer creature, and like just trying to get more information about it. You had
Yeah.
said
So
that it was kind of tied to the land.
yes, it's been. Uh, it's been part of the lands for a very long time. Since before the shadows descended upon the land here. It used to be very green. And I kind of like zone off, reminiscing a little bit.
This land here.
Yeah, the Zvalek Woods. The people here worshipped the old ways, the ways of nature and the Fae.
Ah,
But then the first people came, and with them they brought the words of Lathander and other various deities and pantheons. And that's when all sorts of unfortunate events occurred here. And with every worsening step of this land, the land became sick. Greed of man. And when the land got sick, so did the white stag.
So it was not always that horrid creature, or at least not as it appears to be.
There's an old saying, monsters are made, not born. Such
So
is true for the white stag.
restoring the land would restore the creature.
In theory. But I've never been strong enough to do so.
How
So
would
when
how would
I
one
don't know.
restore this land?
The corruption here is very deep rooted, and I have not quite figured that out myself. Yet I saw a ray of hope when your foolish friend decided to strike a bargain and made a promise, because it's very akin to the promise I made long ago.
Well, I am a child of the forest myself. Anything
I
I
see
can
that.
do to protect and preserve it, I will do.
Oh, don't say words like that. You might make promises of your own you can't keep.
All right, Mysterious 2. I need Arcana checks from both of you.
Dirty 20. I'm rolling hot tonight. Holy shit.
That was almost a natural one. It spun on that one.
I know.
side for a
Oh, I
while.
know. I know. I saw it.
I'm assuming he's referring to Kayla. Kaya.
No,
Me?
I said you and him.
You said mysterious ones.
Mysterious 2. The two over here talking in cryptic speech. I ain't said a word.
12.
As you guys have this conversation and begin to talk the words and promises that you guys have made, you guys feel a kind of kinship across your magic, as if both have made promises to different sources, but they're the same kind of promise.
These woods are my home, and they've been all I've ever known.
What
And
is your purpose?
my purpose is to guard these woods from those that would mean it harm. And as you can see, I have not been doing a good job.
Maybe
I
we can
try.
help you.
Maybe. That's to be seen. But for now, fate has brought us together. And I see great power within all of your group here. Maybe, just maybe, they can help save these lands and redeem my folly.
Well, from the sounds of it, we might be stuck here for quite a while. So, any improvements on the land we can do while we're here, I'm up for it.
Well, this is my home. So please, feel free to stay as long as you need. But I need to rest.
as you guys are holding this conversation, I need perception checks from everybody that's awake. That includes you, Max. Jesus Christ.
I see everything.
Dead people.
Did you guys know Craig Jaw has a mole on his butt cheek?
He's sitting on his butt cheek. I can't see that right now.
She
kidding.
can.
It was a joke. It was a joke.
Max can.
Phoenix, I fucking hate you.
I'm still missing 2 perception checks. Max is not the only person awake.
Who else is awake?
Ash,
Oh.
Cragshaw,
Oh, I'm supposed to. Okay, I was. We thought it was the other people in the
Yeah.
group,
everybody
not us.
who's awake.
15. Lowest roll of the night so far.
My God.
We weren't sure. Okay, to be fair, we thought we were talking loud enough to wake other people up. Whatever. We don't know.
I thought he said to other people that were awake.
Yeah.
No, everybody who's awake.
Oh well.
As you guys are talking and conversing, you notice the shadows along the tree line get thicker. In different spots, you can spot pairs of eyes pop up, gold in color, as they seemingly patrol the edge of the forest. Max, you recognize these creatures. Ash, you do as well. These are werewolves. More specifically, you've seen these kinds of eyes more recently. Specifically, when you entered these lands, not long after Ash, you entered these lands, you came face to face with one of these pairs of eyeballs.
Upon seeing the eyes, I will holler out, "Werewolves!"
Con save
Insight
from
check?
everyone. Sure.
That's a natural 20 on my con save.
Con save from the people asleep. Sorry, my bad.
Oh. Okay.
That is a charisma save. That is not a con save.
Conrisma.
Max, you were saying.
Why did it make me roll 2?
As soon as I see the eyeballs, Ash is gonna hear in the back of her head, "Puppies!" and then see.
No, not puppies. Bad puppies.
Okay, pause. Everybody's super excited about this. Okay, we've got the puppies from Max, the oh shit moment from Ash. Not you're groggy, but you're awake. Ireena is awake and has a similar reaction to Max. Ben, you know where Fen was? All of you know where Fen was. She does not appear to be there anymore.
Fen?
You're not certain if he was stolen in the night or when he disappeared, but somewhere in all of your guys' distractions, he's gone. Ishmark is still snoring away at the log. We're going to address the insight check from Cragjaw. Cragjaw.
Yeah.
You know
the
what
insight.
the eyes.
Good. Sorry.
You know what the eyes mean for the werewolves. These are not the aggressive werewolves. These are not the ones that will just straight up attack you. These are the gentle ones. More specifically, you know who these belong to.
No. Yeah, you guys don't see Craigjaw move a fucking muscle. You guys get all up and tense and everything. Craigjaw just kind of like sits there by the fire.
Now you're good to go.
Okay. Is there a way I can like do like a perception check to see if there's a way I could detect if Bill's here? Or
Roll me a
should
survival check.
survival? Oh, I'm way better at survival than everything else. I appreciate that, actually. Especially since I only rolled a 10.
You don't know.
I'll take my chances. All right, Bill, enough of the showcase.
Pause. Max, what are you doing?
Where are one of the eyes?
There's a pair here and a pair here.
I'm gonna go to the pair that is here.
Okay. Are you going to sprint that direction?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on to that thought. Because Ireena's headed for this pair. Ash. Not. You guys see these actions. We're going to start with Ash because she had a moment. 5, 10, 15, 20. You'll have a reaction here.
I will try and reach out to stop her again, like Ireena did. What are you doing?
Pause. Not. You will have to use feline agility to move to go after Ireena. Are you going to choose to try and go after Ireena?
He's processing. Sees somebody grab. So yes, feline agility to grab Ireena.
Okay. I need the two groups of people. I need an acrobatics or a dex save from Max, an athletics check from Ash. I need an athletics check from Not. And acrobatics from Ireena. Okay.
Jesus.
All right, fuck you all. Okay, lots of things are happening simultaneously. Not, you managed to grab Ireena before she sprints off into the woods. However, the both of you are about here by the time you do. Ash, you don't manage to catch Max. Max makes it another 10 feet. That's when you all hear Craigjaw go. Bill, whatever you said, because I don't remember.
I said enough of the tricks. Come on out.
Max, wait!
As you guys reach your kind of intended targets, you kind of see the eyes pull back, seeing that these eyes have been spotted. See them pull back and kind of disappear off into the woods. Max, specifically, as you get to where the eyes previously were, you see a symbol carved into the woods, to the wood itself. You would recognize this symbol. It's the symbol you wear, the symbol of your order.
At that, I would look around.
You don't see anything, even despite your incredible form of perception. There's nothing around you. You do see the tracks leading off into the distance and kind of seemingly patrolling the edge of the forest. You don't see anything else.
At that point, I'm going to touch the tree where the symbol is.
Okay. Not you do see Ireena get kind of miffed at you, smack you upside the head, and then start walking back towards Ishmark.
I deserve that. Can somebody please explain what's going on? Why did I wake up for this?
There were werewolves.
They are friends.
Friends?
Ash, sorry. Ash is going to hear in the back of her mind, they're puppies. They're not bad.
Most of those puppies are bad.
They're friend puppies.
I've not heard of friendly werewolf puppies until I've come to this land.
Max is just going to look back at you in shock.
Craigjaw's going to take note that Ash is having a one-sided conversation.
Okay, I'm gonna assume that our telepathic friend is talking about them being friendly, and then our big friend is also saying that they're friendly. So I'm going to assume that these ones are friendly.
Bold of you to assume I'm a friend.
Mind you, this thing did just appear in camp. He wasn't here when you went to bed.
Also, can somebody explain the big guy?
This was the thing that was fighting those zombies earlier.
The big freakish thing
Right. Yes, him.
that I also healed.
Yes.
So
No,
you need
they-
a refresher course.
No. Waking up to the sound of werewolves and then immediately going to grab someone because, oh, I thought danger because werewolves. And then being told, hey, these are friends.
Well, I didn't realize they were friends.
To be fair, friends are very rare in these lands.
Great, now I have a headache and I just woke up.
I'm sorry. I
Sorry.
don't believe we've caught your name.
Was that
My
directed
name?
towards?
Yeah, we've
Sorry.
caught Not's name.
I have not heard another being use my name in a very long time.
Have you forgot your name?
No. The name's Craigjaw.
Cragjaw.
God, that feels weird. But we have friends watching us. I need rest. I look to the cat thing, which I don't think Craigjaw would have ever seen a tabaxi before.
No, you've never seen a tabaxi before. You think it's just the giant mountain cat.
And then I'm going to reflexively use beast speech. Not that I really think it'll understand me, but I figure if anything, it'll try. As
It
a
has
way to
been
say,
speaking common.
Fair. But it's polite to use the language of their native tongue. Not that I realize that its native tongue isn't beast speech. But I'm going to look to the beast. And in beast speech, which will come across as like a low growl, mumble, and a little humming. No words at all. Thank you for the aiding him in combat earlier.
Do I understand the intent?
Nah. Do me a favor and roll an insight check.
Roll high, roll high, roll high, roll high.
Roll low, roll
No.
low, roll low, roll low, roll low.
12.
Damn. And like on a more primal level, you halfway understand him. He seems appreciative by nature, but you feel like it's threatening in some way, and you're not certain how.
You're welcome.
And sitting crisscross, I'm going to go sleep.
By this time, it has been about 3-ish hours. It's about time for the next person to take watch. Max and Ash and Not, you guys are kind of awake as Cragjaw just kind of slumps and falls asleep.
Alright, since my sleep was ruined, I'll take next watch.
Well, I'm sorry. I thought there was an actual threat.
It's not your fault.
Also,
used to it.
I
Short
don't
rest.
seem to see Finreda anywhere.
Wherever he is, we'll see him soon. People tend to disappear, then reappear, then disappear again.
Telling me about it. Our own Gaston is really good at that.
I have friends that are really good at that. I used to be really good at that.
Oh. Well, I must get some sleep. Keep an eye out for Finreda.
Will do. Enjoy your rest.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh, not that one.
Max, what are you doing as these guys begin to lay down to bed and Not is preparing to stay up for the next watch?
I will also stay up with Not and grab my alchemist supplies out of my bag and see if I can start making healing potions.
Roll me a nature check.
Seven.
Oh, you lucky duck. It takes you a couple hours as you begin to. Are you going to move closer to the campfire? Hold on. Move your characters to where you're going to be sitting up. What am I doing? Not. Thank you. Yeah. It'll take you a couple hours, but you make what you think would be a very light potion from the herbs that you've kind of found in the area and what you have on you from your natural travels. You're not super proficient in herbology, so this isn't something that's your specialty, and it's definitely not a land that you're familiar with. But you think you have a potion of healing that would do about 1d4 plus 2 HP? You're not certain what kind of side effects that might have, though.
Okay.
But you only get a 1 out of it, considering how scant the materials are. The next 3 hours pass relatively calmly. The lands begin to darken and then lighten as sunrise begins to take, or at least the beginnings of what you think is sunrise. The lands themselves are quiet. You hear the oddball rustling of bushes and easing of trees as they shift in the night across soundless wind. But as dawn begins to break, or the semblance of dawn begins to break, everybody has the effects of a long rest. It's still dark out, but you think by the time you get to Vallaki, because he said it's going to be about an hour or two walk, it should be light enough that you guys can get away with it. Max and Not, do me a favor and roll me perception checks. Fucking Christ. Not, you don't see really anything out of the ordinary. Occasionally you'll see shifting shadows, but you think it might be similar to the events that happened before where something is watching over you guys. You're not certain what. Max, however, as you're, brewing your potions and kind of settling down for the night and whatnot, you notice a raven is actually sitting on one of these limbs, apparently watching you guys. It seems oddly attentive to you in particular, but it's not in an aggressive fashion. Oddly enough, you don't see any bats or any other birds during the night, and that does seem odd to you.
I'm gonna keep my eye on the raven.
Okay. Morning breaks, and as everybody begins to stir from their sleep, you notice it does fly off, headed towards the direction that Ishmar kind of symbolized was the way towards Vallaki. And it does seem to caw at you as it seems to fly. It is daybreak and everybody is waking up. For those of you who have damage and whatnot, please make sure to set yourselves to have a long rest. Ishmar kind of stirs from the camp and goes, "What a good morning. Oh, shit, what the fuck is that?"
Best be quiet, little man.
What?
You don't wish to draw attention.
Uh, 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 anybody?
Ash will
He's
come out the tent, and that's Cragjaw. That's the creature that we helped last night with the zombies.
I'm gonna stand up now. And to further impose myself upon Ishmark here, I'm gonna disguise self to make myself appear 11 feet tall.
His eyes just kind of go up.
Jesus Christ! I didn't realize you were that tall.
And he's just gonna go, okay. Yeah, you
He's-
wouldn't have to happen to be the shadow of the trees, would you?
That seems to be what you people call me.
Oh, thank God. I thought you were gonna eat us all.
Don't
And he
give
kind of
me
walks up
ideas.
to you with not a swagger at all, but more of a genuine Southern hospitality and goes, like, involuntarily grabs your hands. He doesn't have the strength to do this, but he's going to attempt to shake the entire hand with both of his hands. And he goes, well, it's a pleasure to meet you. It's a wonderful. I thank you for all that you've done, and please don't eat me. You're not going to eat me, right?
Don't give me ideas.
Noted. Noted.
So you know of this Cragjaw as what you say, spirit of the forest, or
The shadow of the trees. That's kind of the
right.
name we gave him because nobody knows his name.
Well, apparently it's Cragjaw.
I don't think I'm allowed to call him that.
Call me whatever you like.
Why wouldn't you be able to call him that?
He's 11 feet tall and said he might eat me.
I think he was joking.
Hold on. So Ishmark is standing in front of me, right?
Ishmark kind of, the second you stated that you might eat him, he took a solid step around the fire, the campfire. That way you couldn't just eat, push him back into the fire and cook him, basically.
Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. She's all like, he's just joking. And I'm gonna look at him from across the fire and make an intimidation check. Or was I?
You might need some salt and pepper for him.
And if it helps, I can cause fear. Cast the spell Cause Fear.
Roll me an intimidation check.
16.
16. Cool. No, he's terrified of you. However, this is kind of when Ireena kind of steps up into this. Craigjaw, Ireena seems familiar to you. You're not quite certain why. But she begins waving her hands at you as if to berate you.
Oh,
She's
calm
not
down.
intimidated at all.
Calm down, little one. I was just teasing.
Make me a dex save.
Okay. Fucking 7.
take a solid thwack to the back of your head.
That's a very... She's got a high vertical.
Well, she's almost 6 feet tall.
Okay.
So she's got the reach to be able to hit you at 8 feet tall.
To be fair, disguise self only makes me appear taller. To be fair.
She was aiming for your back. Let's be fair.
That's fine.
So she solidly swacks you in the back of the head. And then she looks down at her hand and looks back at your head. And then, like, does the math.
That didn't feel like his.
And she starts waving her hands again to berate you for making yourself appear taller.
Come, let us go. These woods are not kind to people who linger.
Max, are you guys doing anything right at the start as you guys watch this hilarity?
Not is zoned out. He is holding his shield and just running his claws on the inside of it. Like he's tried to file them down.
Max is just gonna sigh. Very loudly.
Ishmark's like, well, Mr. Shadow of the Woods, would you like to lead the way? I don't think I want you behind me.
And where are we supposed to be going?
Vallaki?
Ugh, that dreaded town. Why
You don't know
would you
the
want...
way to Vallaki, just so we're clear.
What's that?
Why wouldn't I know the direction to Vallaki?
You know it's somewhere west. You've stayed away from settlements.
Yeah, but to avoid it, I would have to know where it is.
You know it's somewhere to the west. You don't know the specific location. You don't get that close.
Okay. It... Pretty sure it's that way. I point off to the west, somewhere.
All right.
I need marching order. So set yourselves up as marching order.
What in the world?
Y'all see
Where-
Craig Jaw just walk off into the forest.
Are you coming or not?
Ah, the road? Never.
Okay, suit yourself.
I'll be here. The road leaves you open. I
The
do not
forest
like it.
eats you.
It can try.
Cool. If this is the marching order, Max, are you gonna be stealthy in the back?
Yes. To everybody but Ireena.
Okay.
I
Do me a favor.
I'm so close to Ireena that she's gonna feel me.
Okay. Do me a favor and roll me a stealth check, please.
Natural 20.
Fucking Christ.
invisible.
All right. So, Craigjaw, even to you, you know she was there. You're dead certain of it. You know what it takes for a creature to be invisible in these lands. She's just gone. But as you guys begin to progress down the road, I need a nature check and from Craigjaw, and perception checks from everybody.
I rolled a 12. I was so close to a 20. I was so excited.
I don't know why I asked Max to roll fucking anything. I might as well just guarantee her the roll.
Welcome to expertise.
I was about to say, to be fair, I am asking her to roll all the stuff she has expertise in. So, you guys notice that many of the creatures that, except for not, you're blissfully unaware of anything except the road. The road is very attentive. Everybody else is kind of aware of. I still need a perception check from you, Craigjaw.
Oh, gotcha.
You just also needed a nature check since you're walking through the fucking woods.
Dirty 20.
You guys are all kind of aware that many of the creatures that have been following you previously are no longer there. Not you are the exception to all of this. You're aware of the road, only the road. You guys are all kind of aware that it seems oddly quiet, as if many of the things that were in the woods before are now gone, or at least not there now, or perhaps better, hiding. Max, with your 30 into perception, you see the same crow fly back in and seems to be following you at a lengthy distance, as if to keep an eye on you guys. And it takes you about an hour to get to the town of Vallaki. And as you guys begin to walk forward, Max, do you want to do anything with that information before I move us?
I'm telling Ireena that there's
Okay.
a raven behind us.
What you get back is images of Bill standing in a tavern with a raven on his shoulder. You get the image of the two ravens side by side, and they look exactly the same, as if it's a spliced image. Okay. Is everybody now seeing the gates?
Yes.
Blackbeard? Phoenix?
Yes, I see the gates. Sorry.
Okay. Blackbeard, I still haven't heard from you.
Yeah, I'm here. I said yeah. You hear me?
Yeah, I
Okay.
can hear you now.
All right.
I didn't hear you the last time. I watched your mic open up, but I didn't hear you respond.
Okay.
As you get kind of closer, you traverse through open space. The road, which had been lined by trees, now gives way to open field. The lands themselves begin to give way to irrigation and farms. And as you get to the town itself, you see battered and beaten gates, which are guarded by two soldiers standing at them. The gates have been recently opened. You actually got to watch them open from a distance. And the two soldiers that stand in front of the gates kind of cross their spears across in front of you guys as if to block your way. And one is a kind of older, gruff-looking man who seems weathered by age, and one is just a little bit younger, about in his 40s, but the other man is about in his 60s. They kind of look the group over and kind of hesitate for a moment, and they go, "Business in Vallaki."
Yes.
And what is it?
We're an escort for Lady Ireena.
And you hear him kind of go, "Oh." As he kind of clocks the fact that Ishmark is amongst your group, and he goes, "You know your band." And Ishmark kind of goes, "Well, I know. I'm just here as far as the gates. Trust me, I know I'm not supposed to go in. You guys, Blue Water Inn, you guys will get sorted out in there, and I'm gonna head back." As he kind of starts backing away.
Why are you
Um,
banned?
Disturbance of the peace. Multiple infractions.
This guy?
Firefighting.
This guy?
As well as near-death experience and attempted assassination.
I think you must have the wrong guy.
Nah, he's a nuisance and he's not allowed here by order of the Baron.
Doesn't sound like him at all.
I'm impressed.
I don't make the rules, I just enforce them.
Okay, whatever.
All dark and gruesome. Please don't eat anybody. I don't want to
Why
clean
does
up the mess.
everyone say that?
Is that a problem around here?
I promise not to eat anyone.
It's like the second person I've heard talking about eating people.
Cannibalism came through this place a while ago. He wears bones and furs of his enemies. Obviously, he's gonna eat somebody. I just ask that you don't do it in town. It's a hell of a mess to clean up, and we like the locals.
Do you eat people?
No,
No, like,
I don't. He knows you're not talking about him.
Not recreationally, no.
what the fuck does that mean?
Everything in the world needs sustenance.
I do not make it a
Now,
habit of eating people, no.
Paladin, let me warn you. No god besides the ones anointed by Lord Strahd are allowed in these lands. My suggestion is to keep your practice quiet.
So no practicing within town. Got it.
No practicing in the open.
Can I ask something about Ishmark's crimes? When did these happen?
Well, it was before I became a guard. He kind of looks at his companion, the older gentleman, who hasn't said a fucking word the whole time. And the older gentleman kind of looks at him and goes, holds up his hands as a 4, and then a 6, and then a 5, and then a 4, and then a 6, and as if he can't really decide. He goes, probably about 4 to 6 years ago, somewhere in there.
Okay.
Ash, you would recognize that as around the time that Bill stated that he entered these lands.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I count correctly, you're short 2 members. Anyways,
How
if you
exactly do
head
you?
down the main road, he said the Blue Water Inn. He's still a nice guy. We'll help you out. Blue Water Inn is just down Main Street. It's about halfway between the eastern gate and the western gate of Vallaki. Typically, you'll see the eastern gate or the western gate from the eastern gate. Typically, if you're headed to Lake Zarovich or the western city of Kresk, you head out through the western gate. Most people just run straight through the town. The Blue Water Inn is about halfway. Keep that in mind as you go through the town. We have blacksmiths and farriers and coffin makers, as well as several nobles here. Please do not piss off the nobles. You all seem to be in odd dress, so the tailor might also be a good stop. Do you need any more information?
What else about your rules should we be aware of?
If you meet the Baron, you must refer to him as the Baron. This is typical. However, there are a few people you should not mess with. The Martikovs that run the Blue Water Inn, as well as the local blacksmith. As well as there is a prominent trade industry, as well as an apothecary and a huntsman, a leatherworking, if you so please, shop as well. These are all notable people you should not be getting on the bad side of. However, we have a small list of people banned from the town. The list goes as follow: Ishmark, Bill Goat, Tafos Veldago, Aurora, Dario Atacante, Tantante, I don't know. Lady Wachter, who is also a nobleman of the town, but she is currently banned from the town. As well as Sarcosis Meldrava, and any future or past werewolves. If you see any notable person who is not supposed to be here, please refer to the guards. There are many throughout the town. However, we are stretched thin. Keep that in mind as you progress through. People are leaving Vallaki in order to go to other towns to better protect themselves. Not that it's working. Many people just get eaten.
Again, I don't eat people.
I didn't say it was you. There are other werewolves, creatures of the night, and dark entities that live in the forest. You are not the only thing that eats people.
I don't eat people. And you see this big giant just kind of start like,
All right.
I don't understand how many times I have to say this. Like he starts getting kind of frustrated. People
Can we
keep thinking
just
he eats
enter and be on with this?
Do you have any illegal items that might be declared? Holy symbols of other gods? Gods that don't belong here? Objects that may or may not be banned or prohibited, such as... And he pulls out a different list. Drugs, alcohol that does not belong to the Wizards of Wine. You wouldn't have that. 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 Alchemical components. You wouldn't have that. You wouldn't have that. You wouldn't have that. Small children. You wouldn't have that. You wouldn't have that. You wouldn't have that. Oddly mechanical devices. I'm gonna take your silence as a no. Close your list and goes, welcome to Vallaki. Please enjoy your stay. Don't cause trouble. Don't eat people.
You will see Ash make sure to kind of tuck her necklaces beneath her leather armor.
Craigjaw eyes starts to kind of twitch at the idea that he keeps insinuating he eats people.
Craigjaw, I need a perception check from you. Max, I'm going to use your passive perception. As you guys are kind of closing in on the last two people to enter through the gates.
21.
For just a brief moment, I'm aware of what your passive is. Thank you. What you guys see for just a brief moment as everybody begins to pass through, it's quicker than anyone else could possibly perceive it. You see his eyes flash gold before dimming away. You feel like this was intentional, as if he did this on purpose. Before you make it to the opening area to Vallaki. I am currently working on it. Give me a moment. Activate. Son of a bitch. And this is where you guys kind of come in. You notice that there are guards at pretty much every corner of the street. It seems oddly quiet, but not as closed off as Barovia. The town itself seems to be preparing for the beginnings of a festival that might be happening sometime soon. But as it is morning, everybody seems groggy and tired. And as you begin to look across the town, you do notice a disturbance off towards the west. Two people seemingly discussing things in rather loud voices that you can't quite hear from this distance. In those moments, as you see them, one appears to be a farmer. One appears to be a warrior of some sort. The spear across his back, wreathed in magical flames. A shield at his in one of his arms. He has a swagger about him that speaks of confidence. And he appears to be reassuring this odd farmer of something. And the odd farmer seemingly storms off as this tall figure, he's about 5'10", so he's not tall compared to your group of people. But he's tall for a human. He kind of laughs jovially and begins to walk out the western gates. As you guys make it into town, what would you guys like to do?
Where to, Ash?
The Blue Water Inn, they say. Supposedly just right in the middle of town.
Do we want to make any stops along the way?
I think we should get settled in. Then we can go perusing if need be.
All right. And Not's gonna flip up the hood on his cloak and kind of hide away in it. He doesn't like being out in the open.
Max, you notice that Ireena is kind of sticking close to you, even though she doesn't know you're there. You have made it obvious that you are, so she knows where you are, but she seems to be sticking close to you. Everybody kind of do me a favor and roll me a perception check to see if you can kind of see where this Blue Water Inn might be.
13.
Sorry. Cragjaw, yours is at disadvantage.
Oh, fantastic.
I finally roll good.
11.
Thank you. Cragjaw, you begin to feel mildly trapped, as this is not your typical forest. So keep that in mind as you begin to progress forward. You guys do see the Blue Water Inn kind of off to the west here, and I will actually move you guys there since you guys are deciding to head there. Oddly enough, this is where you saw that that man begin to head. Give me a moment. I gotta go grab your guys' tokens. I promise you guys. I swear, whoever is moving Fenry.
It's me. I have control over his character, remember?
You're not the only person with control over him. Just so we're clear. Max. Is that everybody? Who am I missing? No, that's everybody. Okay. As you guys kind of come upon the Blue Water Inn, you notice throughout the town, people seem drawn, like too much bread over toast. Or toast. Well, fuck. Too much butter over toast. The environment seems tense. Many of the guards that you pass don't seem to be looking at you guys as threats, but more of you guys as potential danger. Their eyes linger on your weapons a little bit longer than they would have. Cragjaw, you are the focus of everybody's attention.
I am not surprised.
You're the main focus of everybody's attention. And as you guys pass through, you notice many people give you odd glances as they do see your symbol on your chest and the worship of your god. As you begin to step up towards the Blue Water Inn, it's boisterous, it's loud, it's the early morning rush to get breakfast in before day starts. There's singing and laughing and joy, despite this being a relatively joyless land. You do see two guards out front. These two guards are less uptight than the rest were. These guys definitely seem at ease for their position and where they are.
I would be too if I got to sit outside a pub all day.
What would you guys like to do?
Make our way up to the tavern.
Okay.
At this
And you
point,
guys
I'm just
kind
trying
of-
not to scare people.
Huh?
So at this point, I'm just trying not to scare people. Like, my goal is not to cause panic. For now.
I'm just gonna move you up to the door. As you guys kind of get up to the door, the guards kind of look at you guys and go, "All right, the ceilings are tall. Make sure you duck through the doorway, tall man, creature, weirdo. Um, just keep in mind, you're not in the woods. Order something. Now, to be fair, you guys don't have special diets, do you?
I'm pescatarian.
Fish is easy.
Food is food.
Good. Ireena kind of waves her hands and he goes, I assume you'll eat whatever everybody else is eating. Cat, are you a man covered in fur or a cat?
That's for you to decide. And I'll eat anything that's warm right now.
Alright. Don't start fights. The Marchkovs will kick your ass.
We're just looking to
Drink your
relax.
fill, spend a lot of money, and please enjoy your stay. You guys are good to move up to wherever you would like.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, you're welcome.
I'll be the last one to go through the door.
Max, you'll have to move yourself. Same with you, not.
Got it.
You guys, as you do, Max, do you need me to move you?
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're good. As you guys begin to step in, you guys hear the lady at the bar go, "Oh, yes! Wonderful, wonderful. No, step up here to the bar. Step up here to the bar. Come on. It's okay." And what you'll see is kind of a half-drunken farmer kind of shift in his seat and step to the side as Danica kind of pushes him over. She goes, "Hi, I'm Danica. Don't mind the drunkard. He's had a rough day of it. Can I get you guys anything to drink or eat? Miss, I know you're trying to hide and whatnot, but hey, tall, dark, and gruesome, I need you at the end of this bar. I don't care if you think you're scary. Come on in."
I'm gonna leave my walking stick, which has like the skull on the top and everything. It's like 7 feet tall, like on the by the door, so that way it's not in the way of everything. And I'm gonna try to sit my tall ass in this tiny chair.
You see the kind of lady standing at the end of the bar. The lady not talking. She goes, "Hold on, I got a bigger seat." She kind of runs to the back for a moment, taking your chair with you before you can sit down, and then running back, and she's got a legit bigger stool. It's a good another foot and a half taller, made of actual limbs. Like actual tree trunk limbs. Logs, basically. She goes, "Here. God, people." She goes, All right, so what are you guys ordering?
Do you have any specials?
Oh, we've got all sorts of specials. You are special. We've got Dragon Crush wine for the drink. That's the only thing we serve here besides water, and we only serve that to the kids. And then we've got we just recently got in some deer meat. Oh, we found the poor thing dead by the road. It's okay. We're not quite sure what got it, but the meat's good, and so we're eating good today. We still got some fish from the lake that recently got caught. It's about a couple days old, but we preserve it well. Um, of course, we got potatoes and wheat, thanks to the farmers and their shipment. Anything in particular catch your interest?
I'll have the wine and the fish.
Okay.
I'll have the same as her.
Yeah, y'all are weird. All right.
Why is that?
Oh, people don't take well from the fish, for the fish, unless there's kind of any other option. People don't trust things that come out of the lake. Oh, y'all are new here, aren't you? I
There's,
knew I hadn't seen y'all's faces
should we not eat the
before.
fish?
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with the fish. People just have bad superstitions over it. And with the news coming from the lake, we kind of don't know how safe it is to
But
keep disturbing the lake.
what news?
We hear, tales of a large creature living in the lake, and we sent somebody out to go see it, find out what's going on.
There's always large creatures living in lakes.
Well, yes, but this is much larger than our usual frog creatures and things like that.
I'll have the deer.
Dear, perfect. You're not going to eat one of our guests, are you?
Are they on the menu?
No.
Then no.
Okay, perfect.
Can you stop talking about eating people for 1 second, please?
I'm
Max,
not the one talking about it.
Max, you kind of feel the farmer next to you kind of brush into you and go, Missy, would you like a drink?
At that point, I'm going to immediately stand up, go on to the other side of Ireena, and squish myself between Not and Ireena.
Before you have the opportunity to, you feel his hand catch yours, lock eyes with you for a moment, and goes, Miss, before you leave, tell me, do you happen to know where Hope goes to rest?
Fuck you. I will sit back down. And say, on the journey from dark to light.
And you see the smile kind of spread across. He goes, well, I'm so glad you remember your lines. As this farmer kind of takes his hat off, and Cragjaw and Ash, you guys will recognize Bill is now sitting amongst you. his hat, the only thing that really pulled him apart, pulled the disguise over his face. He kind of sits there and goes, I see you guys made it.
Oh,
Kind of a rough place to get to.
Hi, yes. It's been quite a journey. Yes.
See you picked up my friend here. And he kind of pats Max on the head.
Oh, y'all know each other?
As soon as I see who it is, I'm gonna jump into his arms and hug him tightly.
I guess y'all do.
Yeah, good friend of mine, colleague from work. And he kind of embraces you in a hug and he goes, my friend is here as well. He's just not in town. You'll have to go bug him when when it's time. But in the meantime, the rest of you, where's Torvald and Falamir and Kayla? I thought you guys were all traveling together. Did they decide to take a different path?
They didn't make it.
I need wisdom saving throws from everyone. Max, yours is going to be at disadvantage. Sorry.
5.
And my rolls are back to being bad.
That's the worst roll I've had all day.
That's okay. For this moment, this is perfect. You see his eyes go golden. And an inherent fear rips across all of you. As if you are standing next to a monster. As if you're standing next to something as powerful as Strahd. But it grips you for only a moment. Max, even with who you are and how much you know Bill, you know this only happens when he's truly angry. And for just a moment, you're all gripped by that fear before he regains control of his own emotions. And he looks at you all and goes, I'm sorry. I wish I could have done more. I wish I could have protected you guys more. But my people can't come within a certain space of Strahd. What happened?
We met Lord Strahd on the bridge. He summoned some sort of creature. Torvald and Falamir were casualties of that creature. Kayla disappeared a little bit earlier from the Vistani camp that we had visited. Not quite sure what happened with her. She had like this lightning and storms appear above her and like she was sucked away somewhere.
That sounds like magic. Magic I don't know. And he kind of exchanges a look with Danica. And he goes, I can send a message to somebody I know who's far better at magic than I am. To see if we can't figure that out. I did hear about a storm cloud going north from the Vistani camp. But I thought it was rumor.
And there was a mysterious note left behind afterwards, though. It said if we wished to see her again, seek her at the Amber Temple.
The Amber Temple. Well, it sounds familiar. He kind of muses over it and goes, well, I don't know It sounds familiar, like something I've heard. But I don't recognize it. And he kind of looks at Danica and goes, "You recognize it?" And Danica goes, No, it does seem familiar though. And he goes, you might be able to find information about it at the library, but Cragjaw, are you okay? Seems odd that you would be affected by me of all creatures.
I don't like it here. Too many people.
Even still, you're supposed to be stronger than me. You're certainly older than me. Are you okay?
The land is sick. And with it, I grow sick. So yeah.
You might want to go see my friend.
Real quick, you mentioned the Amber Temple. Does my character know about the Amber Temple?
Of it, yes. You don't know where it is because it's somewhere in the mountains, and the mountains are
Right.
home to dragons.
Fair.
And many of the creatures of the forest speak of it, but they speak of it as a dangerous place to go.
Yeah.
He goes, if you are truly as sick as the lands themselves, you might want to head to the Vastani Vallaki camp. And meet with my friend to see if maybe he can break some of the ties on you. See if he can't help reinforce your power. And you notice he kind of half blocks a slap from Max as he's kind of talking.
We shall see.
You being strong enough is important. You are a direct tie to this land. It's important to keep you as strong as humanly possible. Human.
Such a weak race.
They've got their abilities. Come on.
They're certainly a resourceful lot.
Now, I technically am not supposed to be here. So, keep in mind, you did not see me. And neither did anyone else in this place. I have to go prepare other things. Do you guys need anything from me? Anything I can do for you? Danica's got work for you if you need it.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt, but would you know a place known as a Deathless Land?
He kind of smiles and goes, yeah, I got a pretty good idea of what that place is.
How close would it be?
Well, if you stand up, you're in it.
But this is not where it's supposed to be.
Nothing is where it's supposed to be.
Okay.
Yeah, don't ask me. I'm just parroting back what my friend tells me. He's smarter than me.
How is this supposed to be a deathless land when there is so much death in it?
Just because you can die doesn't mean it's permanent. The dead walk these lands. You've seen it.
True.
Spirits never truly leave. I got to watch that. That was creepy. As for anybody who's still stuck in these lands beyond a normal lifespan, well, they're either undead or dying slowly. Which I'm not certain which is worse.
Well, thank you for answering that question. Raises more, but not for you. Life's a fickle thing.
He goes, all right, so Tabaxi doesn't have any more questions for me. What about the rest of you?
A favor for old time's sake. Could you send word to the White Stag that its new champion has fallen?
On my honor. One condition.
That being?
You go see my friend, the Vistani Vallaki king.
You worry too much, old man. But I suppose.
It's my job. We both have the same job. I need you as strong as humanly possible for to do anything about this land being the way it is.
I'll hear what he has to say.
Thank you. That's all I ask. You have my word, the stag will get his word. Ash?
I can't think of anything at the moment.
If I may, I know you've been hesitant to trust the people I sent to guard you. I ask that you give me a little more trust. They were there to protect you, because I couldn't be.
Well, I didn't
I'm
know
sorry to have
that.
worried you. I do tend to be cryptic. I can see how that was confusing.
I was on watch. I was to protect my people.
Good. Caution in these lands is smart. He kind of gets up from his seat and puts Max back into hers. He looks at Max and goes, standing orders.
At that, I'm gonna pull him outside.
He goes,
I'm
okay.
gonna go off to the corner.
He goes, I'll be back when I'm done. Your meals are on me. And he kind of tosses about 100 gold coins onto the counter. He goes, there stays on me as well. And Danica goes, well, of course, any friend of Bill's is a friend of ours. I mean, any friend of the farmer is ours. And the lady right next to the group goes, rolls her eyes and goes, please be safe. It's bad enough you risk your life just doing shit. He kind of waves her off before walking away. We're going to do Max and Bill's conversation before we do your guys's. So, Max.
At this point, she's gonna actually use her voice instead of telepathy. And goes, what the hell? I'm sent here to find you, and you're sitting in a fucking tavern? You can't communicate with anybody?
I assume you got my letter.
Eh.
I assume Dad's worried about me. Of course. Unfortunately, once we reach these lands, we can't leave. Supposedly, it's been about 40 years on the outside since I left. I don't know how to get back, and even the little bit of time that I do know, I know isn't right. So I've done my best to communicate. It's been 6 years for me since I got here. And it looks to me
Explains
it
why
hasn't
people
been.
thought you were dead.
Yeah. It'd be a lot tougher to kill me.
So, what do we do now that we're, here and can't can't get home?
Simple. Get as strong as you can. And then we're going to have to try and kill the creature that is causing us not to be able to leave. As for the mystery surrounding that, there's places I can't go. That's your guys' job. So, standing orders. Stick with this group, protect them the best you can. Get as strong as you possibly can. Go see my friend, Sarcosis.
You mean Sarcosis is here too? And you just see it. She gets really excited.
Be aware he's changed since you last saw him. His powers are darker. He doesn't like being touched. Not that I
He's
think
still
he'll
gonna get a
listen to
hug
me.
from me.
Now, you guys do need to go see him. Preferably before you go starting problem. At least now, for now, you guys are safe because you're not strong enough to affect the plans that he has in motion. So anything you guys can learn about how to defeat Lord Strahd or anything else will be crucial. Understood?
She nods. Also, what is today's date? Because the last time that I know of a date, it's the 29th of August in 1209.
That was about 6 months after I left. Here in Barovia, it is April 24th, 7:39. If that puts that in perspective for you. Be careful.
I nod and hug him one last time before going back into the inn.
He kind of smiles and gives you a small pat on the back as he hugs you back. He goes, before I forget, tell Danica the Wizards of Wine are searching for her lost shipment. Maybe you guys can help her with that. As he walks off and heads towards the west. Meanwhile, back at the bar, Danica kind of looks at you guys and kind of hands you guys different sheets of paper sitting in front of you. Each of the sheets of paper is a wanted poster. Cragjaw, yours is the weirdest one because it's mostly just black shadows. It is your shape, but it is black shadows. All of your pictures are wanted dead or alive. Not in front of you is one that you don't recognize. In fact, it's a few that you don't recognize. One is for a Gaston, One is for a Falamir. One is for a Kayla. And one is freshly printed with not and no image. As well as the open seat next to Ireena has one labeled as Max. She goes, "You guys have all started stirring up trouble already. You even got wanted posters. You're not here yet, Max. I'll tell you when you are."
What are we wanted for?
Well, every adventurer gets one of these. If you notice, and she kind of points to the wall behind her, right up here. You'll see 4 different wanted posters. Bill, Goat, and you see him in his wolf helm and his top hat and his cane, as if he posed for this picture and waited for it to be taken. And then you see a tall man, angelic. You would notice this is an Asimar. Kind of a really rare race. However, half of its face is skeletal, horn growing out the side, as if he's been cursed somehow. A smaller lady stands next to him. His is labeled Tophos, and hers is labeled Aurora. And the odd thing about her, even though she seems mostly elvish, she has butterfly wings. She appears to be one of the Fae. And next to them is a different wanted poster, and actually a person you've seen recently. A character by the name of Dario Atacante. And it's this human with striking figures and kind of tan skin, wearing oddly browns and yellows for armor and normal clothing. She goes, "Oh, every adventurer gets one. It's just, the more important you are, the more prominently people search for you."
So everyone
As
in this
opposed
land
to
is wanted?
Well, every adventurer is.
Fun.
Well, Mr. Cragjaw, you have a different reason for being wanted. Something about being one of the oldest creatures in these lands. Come on now.
Oh, come. No, I'm not that old.
Well, that's not for me to debate. I ain't old enough to be talking about that.
To be fair, I don't really remember exactly how old I am now. You lose track of time in the woods.
She kind of leans against the counter and goes, "You know, I hear you're older than the Lord himself."
Probably. I was wandering these lands before he was an itch in his dad's pants.
Well, isn't that interesting? Anyways, we need your food. Muriel, if you would be so kind. Food, please. She kind of huffs and walks off into the kitchen before coming back and sets a plate of food before each of you. As Danica begins to fill wine glasses and she hands to each of you. Max, this is right around when you start walking in. She goes, "Oh, how was the conversation with Bill?"
She just nods.
"Oh, perfect. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. Wine, and Muriel's got your food. Y'all enjoy it. I got jobs for you when you're ready. You do notice, Max, as Muriel passes you by, she goes, "Stay away from my husband," before walking back away.
She would hear in the back of her mind, I would if I wasn't his prodigy.
Kind of narrows her eyes and walks off. Don't mind her, she's fussy. Don't worry about it.
I will inspect the fish just to be on the safe side.
Roll me an investigation check.
I just start eating my deer.
Fuck.
No silverware, just with my hands.
Smells like fish.
All right, I'll start eating it. I will.
You
What?
Max? You eating?
No.
Not Max.
Not as soon as the wanted post, as Max sits down, he is ripping up the wanted poster of himself that was put down. Even though it doesn't have his picture, he's ripping it up and stomping out mad.
Leaving?
Yep.
She goes, "Not, dear. If you would be so kind, please stay. First off, I just fixed your food, and if you waste my food, you're going to have more problems than just a wanted poster."
I'll eat his food.
"It's not yours, big, tall, and gruesome. I gave you plenty."
You only gave me half a deer. This isn't enough. I'm kidding.
He turns back around and sits down. But he's clearly not happy.
I get it. Being wanted is not an easy thing, especially when you're changing your life around. For any of us. You
I
ain't
just
got to
thought-
be a mind reader for that one.
I just thought changing my life, I'd finally be able to get away from having a wanted poster. But I come into these lands, and now I got a price put directly on my forehead. Yeah, it doesn't have a picture, but it will here soon. Meaning my
Would you
face
rather
is
it be
back.
placed on your ass?
I would rather not have one entirely.
Well, being wanted in these lands is a good thing. It means you could cause trouble for the Lord of the lands. And that is a good thing for the people.
I just
Just
don't want
like
people
serving your
coming
God
back
in
after
these
me.
lands is a good thing.
What jobs do you have?
Eat, and then we'll talk about it.
All right.
Max, are you going to eat?
She's going to abstain from eating, but she's going to hand the wanted poster back to the girl that's behind the counter and then point to the wall.
She kind of smiles and she puts yours right up under Bill's.
As she's doing it, she hears a voice in the back of her head. It's not the first time I've been wanted, so I take pride.
You notice there is no value on any of these except for Cragjaws, which is 1,000 gold.
I have to say, they got my likeness down to an art.
Well, I mean, you get spotted enough times running through the shadowy woods, you're gonna get somebody who remembers details. Although now that we got some light, I might be able to get a better image. Or do you like that one?
No, leave it.
Well, all right. You guys kind of wind down for your meal. You notice she's kind of starting to look at Ireena, who's just eating porridge. Mind you, that's all she's eaten since you guys met her. At which point Danica kind of walks up and she goes, "All right, Miss Ireena, you'll be staying with Father Petrovich over at Saint Andrew's Church. He's got some nice place to stay. It won't be super comfortable, but you'll get across town fine. I got work for the rest of these guys to help get them on their way." And Ireena kind of nods and kind of thanks her in her own way, kind of shaking her hand and kind of appreciating her for a moment before walking out. And you notice the two guards that were standing at the front door end up leaving with her. Max, if you would like to say goodbye to her. Cool.
I would have.
She goes, "Now, the rest of y'all looking for work, right? Money makes everything turn here. So, what are you guys specifically looking for? Because we got..." She pulls out a thick book and starts flipping through it. We got finding criminals. We got killing monsters. We got that's too dangerous. That's too dangerous. That's too dangerous. That's too dangerous. Finding certain creatures. There's delivering letters. There's investigating mysteries. We do have a request from the Baroness, if you would like. What sparks your interest?
What's the request?
To be seen. Needs a mixture of powerful adventurers, moderate, so around your guys' skill level. Needing some stealth, some combat ability, some investigation, and possibly a monster kill? Who knows? You'll have to talk to her about that, is my best guess.
Well, I
I
don't think.
cannot. Let them decide. I care not what we do.
Is there a price posted with it? Or is it to be discussed?
She goes, it's a 10 gold down payment. Just to kind of reserve your work. And then it's a to be determined based off of what you end up doing. Monetary rewards vary based off of what you end up doing.
Sounds like a good deal, but it's up to y'all.
Do you realize if we are to go see the Baron and Baroness, we'll be arrested?
Why would you be arrested?
Hello, wanted, dead or alive? Flashing the paper in front of her.
Just because you're wanted doesn't mean it's a bad thing. Most of the people in Vallaki are wanted. I
Oh
mean,
yeah.
the bard in the corner over here is wanted for causing mischief and everything else.
So who exactly enforces these wanteds?
It's more of a symbol, a symbolization. If you end up causing trouble, people can turn you in for monetary reward. And then whether or not you end up, well, depending on how bad the crime is, you might end up being put to death, or depending on how many times you've been caught, you might get put to death. It all depends. It could vary from slap on the wrist or warning to death and dismemberment. It's all determined based off of how bad your crimes are. It's important to remember getting caught is the important part. If you're not caught doing something, your worth may go up, but it will never. If they can't prove you did something, you're not going to get in trouble for it. It's as simple as that.
Well, it sounds very
That's why
complicated.
Bill doesn't get arrested. That, and he kind of has a hold on the whole town. Something about saving the whole fucking town. Neither here nor there.
Plus, normally, if you come to town with a criminal with a long history as Ismark, that criminal would normally be arrested along with his compatriot. No, Ismark just has to stay outside. Doesn't have to come in. And we were allowed freely in. Says something about the wanted posters.
Yes, well, I guess wanted, dead or alive means something else in this land.
Well, it's more of we need the commerce, so until things get better, we ain't fucking worried about it. We'd rather have your business than your death. Right?
Well, you
So
certainly seem
basically,
to be. And I look around to like the other patrons in the tavern. What about him? What about her? Maybe she'll want to turn us in.
You kind of look at everybody. Roll me an insight check. Go ahead, do it with advantage.
Okay. Double
That's
14.
funny.
19 total.
You notice most people are ignoring you. The only person who's taken any interest in you is this odd bard who's telling stories. And you see he's more curious because you guys are all an odd gaggle of people. Everybody else is either starved or starving. Most people are focused on their food. Even the people do look at you, just look at you because of tall, dark and gruesome over here. They're afraid they're gonna. You can kind of get a grasp that they're more afraid he's gonna eat them versus he's going to, or that they're gonna turn you guys in. The general consensus of the crowd is more lackluster as you kind of realize nobody gives a shit that you're sitting there.
Fine. I'm sorry. It's been a long journey here, and we've lost friends of ours, and it's like I said, it's been a journey.
Oh, don't worry about it. Nobody's mad at you. Uh, Odd strangers come across here all the time. We ain't gonna get mad at you for it. I will be honest, though, you are probably the first person to question it. But then again, I kind of expect it at this point. I mean, you guys are travelers, not, you know, robots. Whatever the fuck that is. Straw man. So you're gonna have emotions. You can't just get rid of those. And with as trying as of time as I guess I've heard you say you've had, for them to be that bad, it's understandable. That's why I'm trying to give you work. I do have a couple of suggestions. The Baroness She's a very nice young lady. She kind of leans down into like you, kind of making sure to look at Max so that because she's not certain how Max is talking. She can only assume that Max is deaf or something. And so she's like making sure to enunciate her words so you can read her lips. She goes, "Now, the Baroness and Bill are friends. So the Baroness is a trustworthy person. You might want to go see her. Now, for the other," she kind of leans back and she goes, "Now, for the other job that I might suggest, because I know our friend said that you guys should go see the Vallaki Vasani camp. Y'all might want this delivery letter," and she points one out, and it's a 50 gold per person monetary reward. She goes, "Now this is a just short trip. It's a couple hours out, couple hours back. It's not very far. Um, so you guys could probably do that after going and meeting the Baroness."
To this other Vallaki camp.
Yeah, it's a Vasani camp that they permanently stay out there at near Vallaki. It's about with the terrain, it's typically about half an hour on a good day, but when the weather starts turning, we gotta estimate for about that, and that's where the hour to 2 hour comes out.
Fine. I guess our first stop will be the Baroness.
All right. So 10 gold deposit. I know I keep the coin purse around here somewhere. Um, and she kind of shuffles under the counter for a little bit and pulls out 10 gold for each person. She goes, "Now, keep in mind, the Baroness is kind of weird. You'll meet the Baron first and get his approval to see the Baroness. Be polite, be structured, and do not piss off his friend. You'll know him because he's got the giant weird arm. Trust me, it's obvious. He's a nice person. Well, the Baron's a nice person for the most part. Kind of quiet, but you'll understand when you get there. I see your meal's done. Um, Eventually, I got to get somebody down to Kresk though. We'll have to figure that out. Um, do y'all need any information from me?
Where could we find the Baroness? I guess.
Oh, you're gonna walk back the way you came. You're gonna go to the south side of the town. You're gonna head south, and then a couple streets down from there, from like the town center. You're gonna head north, and north will bring you to the Baron's house. You'll also pass by the majority of the shops headed that way as well, where you can stock up on supplies and things like that if you would like.
Thank you.
Now, if you ever need any information, you're more than welcome to ask me. I hear all the rumors. I hear all the things. I also hold most of the quests that people end up, putting out for the group. There's another tavern, but they're not as good as we are. And they also don't get the requests from like the barons and the minor noble people and whatnot, and the shipping docks and everything like that. So if y'all ever need information or a job, you're welcome to come back here. If Rictavio stares at you any harder, he's gonna swallow you, I guess.
What's his
So
problem?
Oh, he just likes a good story. He's one of them bards, you know. They like telling stories in fantastical forms. They keep the patrons happy, and that's good enough for me.
Him and Gaston would get along greatly.
Yeah, I heard your little friend was supposed to be with you. Where is he?
We don't really know. He's been disappearing lately and just reappearing. Not quite sure what's going on with him.
Well, all the more reason to go see Bill's friend. Big into that magic stuff. Not my cup of tea. All right. If you guys need anything, I'm right here. Always willing, always waiting. Keep in mind though, try not to stir up trouble. I'd hate to see you in jail.
We'll try not to.
I know it's a big ask.
We're already in trouble and we haven't done anything.
Oh, the wanted posters are given to us directly from Lord Strahd.
Oh,
If that helps with the reasoning.
okay, makes sense.
They're not of our creation. But yes, I understand. I got one myself, and she holds up one that is worth 100,000 gold.
Oh my.
And it's Danica Martikov. She's like, trust me, you get here long enough, you get a wanted poster.
At least you come and herald from a strong bloodline.
Oh yes. Always do, always will.
I just kind of nod at her in acknowledgement.
All
All
at
right.
this point, you guys are given free reign to do whatever you want. And
Did,
wherever you want.
Was this, I think you had said, a good place to take a break?
Yes, this is actually where we're gonna take our break, but I figured we might as well decide where you guys are headed
Yeah.
as a group and kind of figure that out so that I can move us to the next scene. And we can pick up right from there.
I guess we're going to see the Baroness.
Yep.
Go south, south, and then north.
I thought it was north, north, then south.
No, we're supposed to go back the way we came, towards the center of town, then go south, south, past 2 roads, and then go north.
Okay.
Which makes no sense to
These-
me.
These human settlements have always been a maze to me. I don't understand the way they do the things
I'm
they
assuming
do.
there's going to be some sort of like big house, or is the Baron and the Baroness, don't they have like big houses?
I don't know.
I guess shouldn't it be recognizable? Maybe there should be guards everywhere. Just find a guard, they'll point us in the right way.
Yeah. Normally, a baron lives in a big house. Normally.
I need a persuasion check from Ash, because I assume Ash is going to do the talking. And a investigation check from Max. 'Cause I feel like they're going to have the best chance at it. You don't even have a good addition to that. What the fuck?
A plus
That's
2 and
dumb.
still above a 20.
That's dumb. Have you? Yes, you did roll low today. You rolled a couple of times today. Rolled low a couple of times today. That's fucking stupid. We will pick this back up at the town square. However, we are gonna end up taking a break right here while I get this kind of set up, and we're gonna take about 5 to 10 minutes to kind of stretch our legs, go to the bathroom, bio break and whatnot. So go ahead and go do that. I'm gonna get us set up, and we'll start back up at 10:15 my time. For those of you that are on my time, and then that is 7:15 for you, bud.
About 10-minute break.
Yeah.
Okay.
to step away for a moment, I think we're good to go. So, you guys decided to head towards the Baron's house, but as Danica had previously stated, you would be passing through the center of town, which is the main hub for all of the commerce that goes on in Vallaki. The first south that you went, it is 3 south and then north. So, however that ends up looking like. You did get directions from the guards, and as well as an investigation check from Max. Kind of, you're supposed to head towards the bottom right of the map, which is all still south. The very first shop you guys end up seeing is over here to your left, which is a leather worker place. Typically looks like it handles anything that would be made with leather, including saddlebags or backpacks or leather armor, things like that, as well as what appears to be a headsman block to your left of your characters, in a sense, with some people still in stockades, as if to be publicly shamed for getting caught doing stuff. Further in, there appears to be signs for like a tailor and a library, as well as far to the south, you can kind of see another shop, but you're not quite certain what it is. As well as you can hear the banging of blacksmith off in the distance as well. You're welcome to move 30 feet at a time. If you want to stop in at a shop, please let me know.
Oh, I got nothing. I'm a man of the woods. I have everything I need already.
Not Max.
I have not for anything right now. I have no coin.
You've got 10 gold. Your down payment to go see the Baroness.
So we each had received 10 gold?
Yes, everybody received 10 gold.
Okay.
I'm good for now.
Okay. As you kind of move through the city itself, you notice a lot of the people don't even look twice at you. The tailor, you can kind of see the tailor's house store is nice on the nicer end. The library is the nicest building that you've seen so far. And as you get to the town square, the statue standing in the center of town is a kind of finely dressed man who, the stone itself seems worn by time. This is probably been here since the conception of the town itself. And the plaque that labels who it is has worn thin, and you can't tell what the name was. However, you can tell that it was probably one of the founders of the town itself. As you move forward through the town, Craigjaw, you gotta keep up, bud. As you move forward through the town, a building does catch the eye of both Max and Ash, as you do see an apothecary down here. You can smell the scent of herbs and some of the finer ingredients as well. Off to the east of that is the blacksmith, who would probably have finer arms.
Do you?
I want to go in the apothecary.
Okay, it's unlocked.
Is this the door?
Yes. It is a strange door, I promise.
I'm staying outside.
Oh, that's how you
Oh, me
open
too.
doors. I didn't know how to open doors.
Okay, pause. Sorry. Craigjaw, the doors are not big enough for you to walk into.
Good, I
Even
wasn't
if
planning
you
on going
wanted.
inside anyway.
This is not
No,
made
thank
for
you.
tall people.
Do you dabble in potions as well?
I nod.
What are you used to making?
Nothing good. I'm trying to get better at it. But currently, that's how I heal myself. I don't know the side effects of it, though.
Is there maybe like I'll say so you've produced some of your own? Like a healing potion?
I pull out the potion that I made the previous night.
Is there like anything I can do to like kind of inspect it to kind of discern anything from it?
Investigation check. You kind of pop the lid open and smell it. Do a normal inspection that you would do for any normal potion that you would have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it does act as a normal healing potion. However, because of the low quality of the potion, it would probably have a small chance to cause poisoning.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very small chance, though.
Right. Okay. Maybe I could help you learn a little bit more about it.
I will take any chance to learn more about potion making.
You've created a small, weak healing potion. It's minor risk of actually doing harm, but it should do some healing.
I just look at the potion and then back at you and then back at the potion. How?
Well, I make potions as well. I could just tell this one. I don't mean to be rude. Just it was not very well made.
I don't expect it to be well made. It was one of my first that I've ever done in this body.
What in this body? What do you mean?
You notice that she gets very quiet.
There's always time for gossip later. Let's whatever. What were you in the? What were you in the market for, as it were?
Honestly, I'm just looking to see if anything catches my eye.
I will.
Well, if you're looking for things to catch your eye, I have all sorts of things around. Hi! You've
Hi.
been chit-chatting a while in front of my shop.
We
Can
have.
I help you?
I was wondering maybe if perhaps um you might have some rare items I've been looking for. Do you by chance have any night lily?
No.
Hmm.
More specifically, no, because I can't obtain it. The person who protects it is very stingy.
Oh, do you know somebody who has some?
Of course I do. I'm an apothecary. I can buy a small amount off of him occasionally. But recently, he's been very stingy about giving them up. Something about healing the land.
Hmm. Seems to be a lot of that going around lately.
Well, yes, herbs die and grow and die and grow and die and grow, but recently they've started dying more than growing.
Um, how does this work? Do I like put in a request or a order? Like, will you hold?
All my orders are through Danica. If you would like to go get them, Danica has all the information.
Oh, okay.
Anything we have in the store, you can buy.
I will kind of peruse around. Let Max talk to her if she wants.
She's got nothing to say.
You do see her kind of wave at you a little bit to tell you to kind of come a little closer. Go ahead, Ash, and roll me an investigation check. Max, are you gonna take the invitation to come closer?
Yeah.
Okay. She goes, judging by what you are, you might want some assistance. So buy a couple of things from my shop, and I'll add something a little more helpful to your condition. Okay?
Do you have a recommendation on what to get?
You said you were good at what? Alchemist stuff, poisoners, healers. I need to know specifically what you're halfway decent at.
Healing? Eh.
So healers kits are a little more dangerous. Can I see what you already have?
I bring out my pack and I dump it all onto the ground.
Oh god, you're a mess. Ash, what you see on the shelves is there's a few different recognizably healing herbs from the beginning of your book. There's a couple of intermediate herbs that kind of spooked your entrance for their more poisonous effects. There's a couple of herbs that are paralytic by nature, specifically mushrooms. Most of these are held in glass bottles, so as to best keep them sealed with corks. You do notice all the bottles are wine bottles. Max, as you see her kind of picking up your stuff and putting it back into your stuff, way more organized than you originally had it. She goes, "Oh, you have an alchemist kit. This is much easier to deal with." Now, alchemist stuff is not particularly good for healing potions. You can make healing potions, but they're not super good at it. but they are good at higher grade healing potions. So if you take a couple of the intermediate healing herbs, which your friend over there I think has spotted, and a couple of the mushroom spores that do paralytic effects, those would be most beneficial to you. And maybe they'll kind of help you make better, higher quality potions.
How much is that going to cost me?
Well, the healing is always going to be expensive because healing is really necessary in these lands. We don't have a lot of magic, so we don't typically use a lot of it. So healing's going to run you about 5 gold for a couple of bottles worth. It's about 2.5 gold per bottle. We just run you credit on the other half of the gold piece. We don't run anything but gold. As for the paralytics, you're looking at about a gold piece. Poison's a lot easier than, healing. A lot easier to keep alive, too.
Let's take one of the potions and 5 of the herbs then.
Okay, so the it's all herbs. It's all healing herbs. You'll have to brew the potions yourself. Crafting potions is different. I can craft potions, but it's at request. And those requests typically run 10 gold. I think that's a little outside your price range.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. So we can run you 2 bottles of healing herbs. If you want, that'll be 5 gold. And that should make about 10 potions. Give or take.
You see as she goes into the pack and pulls out 5 gold.
Okay. She hands you 2 wine bottles of healing herbs. You'll add 2 bottles of healing herbs. Ash, are you purchasing anything?
Yeah.
You do hear her run the prices by her.
One thing I was trying to see, I have like the healer's kit, but that's just kind of like bandages and stuff. I have the herbalism kit, clippers, mortar, pestle, pouches, vials, stuff like that in that one, and I have the poisoner's kit, vials, chemicals, other equipment necessary. I was trying to see, do I need a alchemist kit?
You would need an alchemist kit for actual healing potions.
Okay. And then 2, I don't know if I overheard Max say that she has an alchemist kit.
Max, were you quiet about
He
it?
wouldn't have heard me at all.
Oh yeah, because Anya was the one who said it. I mean, she wasn't being super loud about it, so it's a small shop. I would say yeah.
Okay. I will make my way back. Oop, nope, not on the thing.
Sure.
Did
go
you
dancing across the tables?
Did you say you have an alchemist kit?
I nod.
Oh, great. That'll make things a lot easier. I would like to purchase some of the healing herbs and some of the mushrooms.
Okay, what kind? For the mushrooms, that
Oh,
is. Because I have many different kinds of mushrooms.
I was looking at the poisonous ones.
Okay.
What did you say?
Paralytic
Yes.
or deadly poisons?
Oh, tough decision now. Um, did, and she'll look back. Did you say you also needed some paralytics?
I'll just shrug my shoulders and go, I don't know what I need.
I thought she had heard something, overheard somebody say something about paralytics.
Anya said something to Max about paralytic mushrooms being a smart choice for making higher quality healing potions.
Oh, okay. So they work both ways.
Well, they can. It's the more practice you get, you can use the paralytic as a kind of sedative in low amounts, and it'll work to better reinforce your body and help heal the wounds and cause less pain. Too
Okay.
much, and you end up with a paralyzing healing potion, and that's dangerous.
I'll take the paralytics then.
Okay, so that'll run you 7 gold.
And I was trying to also discern whether I would need like extra vials.
I would say you have enough for a half dozen potions
Okay.
of whatever kind you want to use.
Okay.
Of each kind. So for the healer side of things and for the poisonous kind.
Okay. So half a dozen of each, you say?
Yeah.
Okay. That should be good for a while. I mean, I don't even. Yeah. So just the herbs then should do, and the mushrooms.
Okay, 7 gold for you.
Okay. And she will pull out 7 gold for her.
Perfect. And she'll hand you 2 bottles of healing herbs and 1 bottle of uh, mushroom spores.
Okay, mushroom spores and healing herbs, you say?
Yes.
Okay.
Just make sure next to the mushroom spores you put paralytic.
Well, this should get us going at least.
Alrighty. Pleasure doing business with you.
Thank you. And what did you say your name was again?
Oh, I'm Anya.
Ah,
I run the apothecary, the Wilted and the Wondrous.
very nice to meet you. My name's Ash.
Pleasure. I'm gonna assume your silent friend is not gonna tell us her name.
She is a bit quiet sometimes.
Alright, well, y'all have a nice day.
All right. Thank you.
Alright. As you guys begin to wander the streets again, You do know that this is probably the direction that you were instructed to go for the Baroness's house, or the Baron's house. Max, I did send you a message. You guys do see that there is a seemingly a blacksmith's helping hand at the forge itself. He does have a few odd pieces. I need a perception check from Not.
Oh no. I accidentally minimized my window for a second. God! Max gets good rolls. I get bad rolls.
What do we got here? Total of 12? It's high enough. You see that the guy at the forge is actually melting down certain pieces of armor for the purity of their metals. What you find odd is a lot of these have symbols on them. Some of them are from different gods and goddesses. Some of them are from different lords of the lands. You do notice one suit of armor is marked with the symbol of Hades.
I'm gonna go into the blacksmith. Get up for a second. Excuse me. May I ask what you're doing?
He doesn't seem to hear you over the ding and the slamming of his hammer and the melting of metal as he's trying to fold these metals into a more pliable substance.
Excuse me.
He kind of stops for a moment, cocks his head, and then notices there's people behind him. He goes, "What you want?"
May I ask what you're doing?
"My job. You got something you want? You might as well talk to Wayland up in the front of the store. He owns this place. I'm just the help."
Alright. I just wanted to know what you were doing. It looked quite interesting.
Ugh. He kind of turns around and goes back to his work.
I am gonna go up and into it. How's the door work?
Click the door. There you go. See a gruff man at the counter. He seems to be polishing armors and kind of strapping whetstones across, basically maintaining weaponry as it pertains to the forge itself. He goes, "What do you need?"
I was just gonna inquire about getting a set of plate mail.
100 gold.
What can I get for 10 currently?
I'll give you shin guards.
I'll come back.
That'd be smart.
I know this is an odd question. How many people here wear plate mail?
Not many.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yup. Goddamn fucking foreigners don't know how to close a goddamn door.
Oh, he seems lovely.
Oh, and you all can hear him as he walks up to the door and fucking slams it shut. As you guys begin to travel south, you do end up at the edge of town, like the commerce district, where it gives way to basically the shipping district. Many of the wagons and trade yards exist in this area. To the north, you can see off of this area, you can see a large manor off in the distance. This is easy to assume that this is the Baron's house. And so we will move to this scene. Craig Joe, have you not had vision this whole fucking time?
No, I've had vision. This is the first time I've had no vision. I can see the lights and stuff and into the house, but it's a lot of black.
I see that. I hovered over your character. No, you have no vision.
Oh, lovely. There you go.
By the way, you have no vision.
I do now. I'm good.
There you go.
Appreciate it.
Everybody else can see, right?
What is sight?
I just see the doorway.
Well, that's all you're really supposed to see. As you get up to the steps itself, the clouds begin to cover the rest of the sky. The clouds thickening to the point to where it almost be. Where are you going? Who said you could move?
Nowhere.
Back to where you belong. Anyways, the skies begin to become more cloudy. The clouds themselves thicken up to the point to where it almost becomes dark out. And as you guys begin to step up, you notice that the guards themselves seem to be tense, is a good word for it. They see you and you can see their hands tighten on their weapons as if they're ready for you guys. You guys are welcome to move up to the guards. Craig, y'all not? Are you guys gonna move?
I'm currently typing up my notes. That's
Okay. I'll move you up. That's fine. The guards kind of see you guys approach and they go, "Halt! This is the property of the Baron. State your business."
We're here to see the Baroness for a job.
Stay here. And one of the guards kind of steps in. You see him swing the door open, walk through, has a muffled conversation with somebody, and then comes back out. He goes, "Hold for but a moment." And it takes about 5 minutes of you guys all just standing there before the door swings open. And standing before you is a gaunt man. He seems drawn by exhaustion and tiredness. One of his arms, though, is cracked and seemingly molten. The skin is burned and frayed and cracked. The cracks themselves look alive with fire. He goes, "You are here for the job by the Baroness. You will see the Baron first. Act with respect, and I will not have to kill you. Understood?"
Splendid.
Aye, aye.
Silent lady, tall gruesome.
I just
Grunt.
nod.
What were you saying, Craig Joe?
Oh, I acknowledge with a grunt and a slight nod. Yeah.
Good. Follow me. Filthy outsiders. Do not touch anything. Do not steal anything. Are the rest of you coming or not? Stop. Whoop. That's Craig Draw, your horns are scraping the ceiling, by the way. And he kind of looks at you and up at the ceiling and goes, either squat down lower, hunch, or fucking tilt your head. You're ruining the ceiling.
I don't understand why you humans need ceilings.
I don't understand why you heathens must wear bones, but I don't question it. You shall see the Baron. Be polite. Do not be mean. If I hear that you are, I will kill you. It's as simple as that. You may enter.
Craig just kind of duck under the doorway.
And the door is slammed shut behind you. In front of you sits a man twirling a wine glass. It's empty. It's just twirling across his fingers. And he goes, "Ah, yes, my guests. How wonderful. I wonder, why are you here?" I need everybody to roll me an insight check.
21.
21.
13.
You literally can't roll lower than a 10.
Not sure. I can roll a 9.
No, that's a natural 1. That's an automatic fail. Come on now.
I don't know why my shit was set to private. I rolled a 17.
I can see it regardless, bud.
Yeah, because it was private to Dungeon Master.
Make sure
Same with
we
Kaya's.
are rolling that. We are rolling as public rolls, Max. If you see where it says private to GM
Yeah, I
roll.
know.
Okay. Just
I
make
did
sure
that
you
because I
roll.
didn't know if you wanted me to roll anything privately, because of the whole, yeah, you know.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I understand why you did it. So Craigjaw and Ash. Max, you notice something's off about this person. You're not certain what, and considering you're not a people person, this makes a lot of sense. Not you're aware that there's something off of about him too. Ash and Craigjaw, you're aware this person doesn't seem to be themselves. As if they're just going through the motions, there's nothing behind it. Kind of like a construct. They've been given a set of instructions, and they're just following through with it.
Arcana check?
Go ahead. Ash, if you would like to as well, you can as well.
Oh, that was so close. 19.
You get that there is magic here, but it is not magic either of you would recognize.
I will give him like a polite bow as we, kind of entering and meeting him for the first time. It is nice, lovely to meet your acquaintance, Baron.
Indeed it is.
We are new to the city. Danica at the tavern informed us that the Baroness may have some work for us.
Ah, yes, my wife. Ever the busybody. She does, however, you must always pay respects to the highest person in the land, which just so happens to be me, or more specifically, Lord Strahd, as he is who I work for. Now, I have heard tales of your exploits. Hold on, guys. Sorry about that. I have gunshots going off down the end of my street. Okay. Shake it off. He goes, I forgot what I was saying. I have heard of your many exploits. Now, care to tell me why you're in my city?
We were tasked with the mission to escort Lady Ireena here.
Ah, yes. Lady Ireena. Wonderful. She is in town? She is safe?
Yes, I believe she went to see Father Petrovich.
Joy.
Yes.
Now, I will step away. I will go get my wife, and she will be more than happy to, I guess, hire you for whatever you may need. Stay here. And he kind of leaves. Goes straight out the door and fucking leaves. And you guys have about 5 minutes before he comes back. But while he's gone, Isaac ends up coming in. Just to kind of watch over you guys. Is there anything you guys want to do in this 5 minutes?
No. Mm.
I'd like to make a survival nature check. Would probably be better.
What are you trying to nature check?
The trophies in the room.
Okay.
The bear on the wall on the carpet. Try to see like if I could try to figure out how tough these animals were.
Okay. That would be a survival check.
Okay, I rolled nature. Sorry.
That's fine. So a 15 plus what?
No, that was nature. We just rerolled survival.
So a 15.
Yep.
21. These creatures are large. Many of the
Right.
creatures that dot the walls, they are old. Still in the prime of their lives, but old. So they're battle tested. But you can tell none of these would have been killed in the time of the Baron.
Mm.
Many of these creatures are, specifically because of who you are and how long you've lived, you've seen the changes in the creatures as they've aged and evolved. These are from probably about 100 years ago.
I will.
All right.
I'll look to Isaac and kind of look at his arm. And not to be rude, what happened with your arm?
He kind of looks at you and goes, an accident.
Okay. Sensing he doesn't want to talk about it, she won't question anything else.
His eyes tell you he looks at you like you are dirt in his clean house.
Yeah. Everyone here has an attitude problem.
Now, you've been standing at that window for a while now. What are you doing?
He's looking out and just keeping watch, making sure there's no prying eyes.
Perception check.
$17.
Oh, there's people watching. More specifically, eyes watching. Golden eyes.
He just nods and walks away from the window.
As it kind of hears a small knock on the door itself. It's followed by soft foot falls and a calm voice. As he steps out, you get to see a lovely lady in a dark purple dress. And as she steps in, she shuts the door behind her. She goes, "Welcome, welcome." And she kind of gives you a little head nod before stepping over and sitting in the other seat.
Well,
She goes, "Have a seat. I hear you're here for a job." Well, not everybody talk at once.
yes.
Yes.
We seen there was a paper of in the tavern. You requesting service?
Yes, Danica's always been a nice friend to help me request odd jobs. Do you all have a specialty, expertise of some kind? I assume the big fellow is pretty strong.
I've been told such. I'm just gonna sit on the floor right here on the rug.
I myself deal a lot with the land and nature, potions.
Okay. Well, that's not super helpful. But I assume that's not too bad. I can work with that. And Mr. Armored humanoid cat thing?
I'm a man of religion.
That's not useful at all.
What is it that you need us for?
But I'm also a quite capable fighter.
Oh, but that's useful. I'm so glad you said something. It all depends on what all you can do, Miss.
Is she looking at me or
Yeah, the person who asked what kind of job we were doing.
Ash? The name's Ash. Willow Blossom.
Wonderful. And I know the big fellow's name is Cragjaw, I believe. Correct?
Yes.
God, it's weird hearing my name, but yes.
Okay, and humanoid cat thing.
Not KNOTT.
That's not very fortunate of you. Okay. And the other miss?
She's gonna look over at Ash.
Ash will look back at her.
She's looking at both of you now.
The little miss is
Um,
Max.
Ash is gonna hear it in the back of her mind. Is it rude if I talk to her through telepathy?
I don't know.
Can she not talk? Oh, here, let me fix that. She casts I believe it's 5th level telepathy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 5th level telepathy that gets me everybody. Everybody is now connected by telepathy.
Oh, well, this is weird. Normally I talk to one person. But I am Max, and I'm stealthy.
Nice to meet you, and I can use that. Oh, that's so good. I was wondering if one of you were like this. Oh, thank goodness, because tall, dark, and gruesome, not great at stealth. But I have a great job for you guys. Because you are able combatants, and obviously you have a sneaky one in the group, I can get you to do a lot of things. And because we're talking in our minds right now, we don't have to worry about Issit poking in on our little conversation. Now, would you like anything to eat or drink before we get into the meat of the subject?
Actually, we
Is it
just
safe? And then I immediately cover my mouth.
There was so much that went on right there. Okay, I heard Max. What was the other person trying to say?
I was gonna say, well, we just ate actually.
The foods and drinks are safe, yes. If you don't want any, you don't have to have any. Um, Bill himself kind of keeps an eye on our produce.
So, what is it that you need our services for?
She kind of looks at you and goes, "Okay, I guess we don't want any. Well, I have a couple of different jobs. I need. Technically, I have a little bit of assassination I need. Um, Technically, there's two, but we can talk about that in a little bit. There's also a find and retrieval mission that I need, and a search and rescue.
The search and rescue might be more urgent.
Not really. The guy you're going to rescue, you're not really rescuing. We just need to know if he's alive or dead.
Sounds simple enough.
Yes.
I look to the rest of y'all. What do y'all think?
Oh, you can take multiple jobs on at once if you want to hear all of them first.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Okay, so the search and rescue is I need somebody to go to Argynvost, and you're looking for a guy by the name of Ben. This job was originally supposed to be handed to I think in my notes somewhere it says Torvald. Torvald was supposed to be going in searching for this person. I was supposed to help him out. I found him, but now I don't know if he's alive or dead, and seems as obviously Torvald's not with you, and I do know that recently you told Danica that Torvald had unfortunately not made it here. I need to make sure, the other half of the mission is still living or dead, and to let them know that basically he needs to move it along. And then, oh God, I don't remember what one of the other. Oh, retrieval. The Church of Saint Andral. They are missing a holy relic, so you'd have to go and talk to Father Petrovich for more information about that. So we've got them. You'll get the payment from me, but you'll go through them, find out what they're missing, and then go and retrieve that from wherever it may end up being. I'm not certain about it, but I hear it's further to the north, up towards Lake Zarovich I'm hearing about. And then the other two is I need somebody to kill my husband and Isik.
What?
Are you guys paying for any of them?
Now you piqued my interest. Why?
Well, obviously I'm a powerful wizard, right? Obviously I can use telepathy. I use much higher in magic. Unfortunately, nobody else knows this. My husband technically isn't alive. He's kind of a construct that I've made to give off the semblance that he's still alive, to help distract Lord Strahd from the fact that I've taken over the town.
I see.
And
And you
Isik
benefit.
is his right-hand man.
And you benefit from their death. How?
Well, easily. I get out from under my husband, and I can actually operate as the actual mayor of the town, and can convert the whole town into an actual base for the rebellion. And Isik won't kill me if he's dead.
So let's say we accept this and kill your husband and Isaac. If we were to, let's just say for his sakes, get caught, so who would would they gods be like turning us into you?
Well, technically, you'd still spend like a day or two in jail so that I can get the story straight for everybody and we can get it all figured out. So you'll spend a day or two in jail. I know it's a lot to ask for, but I'm sure all of you have spent some time in jail, with the exception of Big and Ugly. But after that, you'll be free to go, and I should have the guards situated out and most of the people situated out, and you'll be free to walk the town as you please.
Can I do an insight?
Yep.
Same.
$22.
Craig, I really want you to roll a natural one. Are you going to roll an insight too, Max?
Come on, 35.
God, please don't. I might throw a conniption fit out of that.
It's 25.
Oh my god. Everybody except for Not is convinced that she is 100% telling the truth. She seems open and honest. You know how telepathy works. It's typically whatever comes up in the mind itself, and you can't really give inflection to a voice in your mind unless you are extremely practiced at it like Max is. So it's very hard for you to be able to tell it's very hard to lie in your mind because you give whatever natural emotion is to it. She does appear to be telling the truth. You're mildly convinced that she might be lying.
All right, so we've heard of the assassinations. We heard of the search and rescue to Argynvost. We heard of a missing relic from the Saint Andral. And what was it about Lake Zarovich?
Oh, we think that's where the relic is, but until I kind of get over to talk to Father Petrovich, I'm not really sure where it is. I know Danica had a couple of jobs up by Lake Zarovich, including killing the extremely large monster that's in Lake Zarovich, as well as culling the smaller monsters that are over there. Those are options, but you don't really have to take those with you.
How much would we be paid for all these jobs?
Well, the relic would be probably around 300 gold split evenly. As for the let's avoid the assassinations. The search and rescue would be a little bit more. You're looking at around 500 gold. Assuming you survive.
Oh.
So the surviving members will each get 500 gold. As for the assassinations, if they're done without one of you guys dying, I will give you 1,000 gold as a group. For my husband. But if you can kill Isik, I will give you 600 gold apiece.
All right, so Isaac, 600 per. Vargas, 1,000 to split.
Yes.
And
the reason being is my husband is a homunculus, and he's not going to be that hard to kill. He will be hard to kill, but I need it to look like somebody else did it. So, hazard pay. As for Isik, he is an actual danger. He will kill you if he gets the opportunity.
And about 300 for the church and 500 for the Argynvost?
500 apiece for the Argynvost.
Okay.
But that is a deadly environment. That's
Yes.
That's got a lot behind it.
We'll save that one for a much later endeavor, I believe.
Not too much later.
So, you mentioned somebody, Ben, for that one?
Yes, you're looking for a Mr. Ben Mimit. Mimiced.
Mimiced?
Yes,
Okay.
and it's Ben. I
Okay.
had to have him spell it for me.
Um, well, why not too much later, you say, on that one?
Well, I don't know how much longer he's going to be alive or dead. If he re-rises as a creature, then you're going to have to kill him.
Hmm.
So it's better if we bring his body back before it rises again, and then we have a whole new problem to deal with. So I would say, I mean, I hear you're supposed to go see Bill's friend over by the Vallaki Vistani camp. So maybe not long after you find him and possibly the relic for Saint Andral, you'd probably be strong enough after those two events to kind of deal with it because your travels is going to be dangerous regardless which way you go. As for if you wanted to take on the assassinations first, you'd have to do both assassinations before you'd probably have the experience that I would say you'd have comfortably enough experience to get through Argynvost.
Ash will think to herself, my word travels fast in this village.
No, I have ears everywhere. Me and Danica are very good friends.
I don't know. What do y'all think about maybe the church first?
Honestly, I'm game for any of these.
I believe that doing the church first would probably be the correct idea, and then just go down the list,
The other,
leaving the assassinations for last.
yes.
So we're all in agreement. We're definitely killing that guy.
Sounds like the right thing to do. Weirdly.
Cool.
Perfect. Since you guys have decided which way you're going, I would kindly ask you to leave. I'm going to make a little bit of a scene so that it seems like we're on bad terms. And then you guys are going to be escorted out. And I'll see you when you guys are done. Okay?
If you want to make it look extra good, throw that wine glass in my face.
I need a dex saving throw from everybody.
Oh shit.
God, fuck. 16.
Seeing that fucking how did you almost fail that, Max? That is literally what you're good at. You see her kind of twist her magic, and where normally you would take the full brunt of this spell that happens, you guys instead take half damage. You guys will take 10 points of fire damage as she casts Fireball, centered right here.
No shit.
She
What
goes,
Fuck.
and with that, you better get out of here! And Isik throws open the door, rips in, and goes, "Get out! How dare you attack the lady of the house!"
Oh, cool. Make us criminals.
My tail, my tail, my tail. Ah!
She did say she was going to make a scene.
Not is booking it out, holding onto his tail, trying to blow the fire out that's on it.
As you guys leave, yes, travel off the map. That's smart.
Yes, we're gone.
Cragjaw. This is actually where we're gonna stop for the night. We will pick you guys up at Saint Andrew's Church for next session. I hope you guys had fun. This was a fucking blast for me with all the different voices and everything like that. I hope you guys had fun. I know it was a lot. It was a lot of information. It was a lot of different environments and whatnot. So I hope you enjoyed it. And for those watching on, I believe you're streaming on Twitch, right?
Yeah.
For those of you watching on Twitch, thank you for coming out and supporting Blackbeard, and all the shenanigans that decided to happen. With that, we are good to close off the stream.